Alright, another random live stream. Got it. I say I do these on Wednesdays, and it's always Thursday, now that I think about it. Alright, so I need to get a couple of things set up today. So it's gonna take a little bit of time. But I just gotta wait for a couple of things to load. I should have had this ready before I turned the stream on. In fact, let's just... Let's just use this really quick. And there we go. So now you guys can look at this, which I imagine is interesting because I haven't shaved in 2 weeks, I think it is. But granted, I usually only shave once a month, but it's growing relatively nice. I need to take the sides off a little bit, but I don't think you guys can see that far. For those wondering, I forgot to change the stream title. Let me go log into... I need to log into Google Chrome really quick. I'm coming stream title. I realized I forgot to change you. Log into Google Chrome really quick. Alright. I'm coming stream title. Alright, Alright, so it should be fixed now. I am still waiting for Unity to load. Let us take a quick look and make sure that everything's correct. I am still waiting for Unity to load. Yes. I'm still waiting for Unity to load. So I guess while we're waiting on that, I'll close that because that should be right now. I don't know how to change things from Streamlabs, but I'm sure there's a way. Oh, there's a button right there. Let me change it on this side. So, welcome to the stream today. We're going to create a grid map in Unity. We're just going to update that. So, for those that don't know, I have started a second project uh, where it's referred to as Project Blue Team. The idea is that I want to create a sort of Fire Emblem clone style game, and honestly, that's it. This is going to be a much lighter load than Project Valkyrie. I'm mostly just going to focus on the gameplay mechanics and the systems. I'm not trying to make like an entirely fully fleshed out game. This will probably get put up on maybe itch under a like pay what you want sort of deal if I do decide to release it. But for now, I'm just trying to learn how to make strategy games. Oh, there we go. Is that everything? Is it gonna work this time? And there we go. So I should be good to. So. Okay, one of these has to be able to do it. Right, that is not what I intended to look like. Let me see how to fix this before I send you guys over. Alright. It's cutting off the bottom a little bit, but that should be fine. I can leave studio mode and see how it looks. There we go. I think you guys can pretty much see everything that I'm looking at. So, this is a blank project in Unity. This is the project file that I'm using for Project Blue Team. And as you can see, I haven't really touched it or anything. This is mostly due to the fact that I am unable to change my windows at the moment. There we go. So I'm following along with this at the moment, and right now I'm just kind of watching it. I figured today'd be a great day that if we want to work on some engine development stuff, we can work in Unity, and you guys can see how I slowly build this guy's grid map. Because I'm only going to do the first video. I like to do things slowly over time. I prefer to build things and try to fully understand them, play around with them a little bit, before I start actually moving on with tutorials. So the first thing we're going to do with the grid map is we're going to build the grid map, and then I'm going to play around with it. And I might want to make this a little bigger. There we go. So we're going to build a grid map. Then we're going to play around with the grid map a little bit. And we're just going to kind of see how it works. I don't know if this will come through on the recording, but this is Greg Dev stuff. Unfortunately, I think he doesn't make videos anymore. Or maybe he's just taking a short break. It's been a year since his last upload, so potentially maybe he doesn't. But if you guys want to follow along on your own projects, then this is where I'm getting my stuff. He's got a lot of really cool ideas for videos that I might try later. But this is what I want to learn how to do right now. So this is what I'm gonna do.
So,
let's
do you
begin.
want to make a tactics game like Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy
Hold on, I just realized something crazy.
Tactics, XCOM, Disgaea, Battletech, or you are feeling a little
So I have my headphones set to wireless mode, not Bluetooth mode. I have Turtle Beach headsets that are designed for Xboxes, but I have a PlayStation, so I don't think it matters. It loads into the PlayStation just fine, but I use the wireless system for the PlayStation, and I use the Bluetooth system for my computer. So sometimes I forget, and I'm gonna turn this off, and this is going to be loud, so I'm gonna mute the mic. And I'm back. Hopefully I'm back. Hopefully that didn't cause any issues. That did not cause any issues. So, like I said, we're gonna watch Greg Dev stuff, and we're just going to learn how to start a basic tactical RPG. We're using the Unity engine. I do know that these days he mostly focuses on Godot, but this is from back when he was doing Unity stuff. So, grab your water. This is water, I promise. This is the same bottle as the last time you guys saw it. I just fill it up with water. This is my G Fuel. It's almost empty, so I've been caffeinated today. So I might as well drink the rest of it. I'm gonna regret that in about half an hour.
nostalgic for something like Front Mission, or you're truly the coolest man alive and remember Jagged Alliance. All of those games share similar systems between
Also, just for those that want to know where I stand on this,
to make a tactics game like Fire Emblem.
I like Fire Emblem. I'm not the biggest fan of Awakening. I actually like Fates, but I don't like that Fate took away the durability system. I actually like the durability system because it forces you to try out new weapons. So my nice little balance was 3 houses, and then they basically made Engage, which took away everything that I found fun about the series. I still, to this day, do not have a completed file of Engage just because I keep getting bored of it.
Emblem, Final Fantasy.
I have not played the original Final Fantasy Tactics, but I have played A2. And A2 is not a game I have a lot of hours in because it was owned by my friend and I never officially owned it myself. When it comes out, I might play it on the channel, but I do not know. I don't want to make it one of the things that I have to play to finish it. I do like playing games, and I don't want to feel like every time I want to play a game, I have to load up the stream.
Fantasy Tactics, XCOM, Disgaea.
This is one of my favorite games of all time. Disgaea, more specifically, the DS release that had all of the extra stuff put into it that Japan got. We got Disgaea DS, and Disgaea PC has most of the stuff that was put into Disgaea DS. I don't, I don't remember what it's missing. And then Disgaea D2 came out. It complicated the formula while mostly keeping things the same, and I really like that it added two different kinds of weapons for monsters. But this would later just get integrated into it would be integrated into one weapon type later, and it would just flop back and forth whether it gave you magic focused or physical focused weapons.
Battletech. Or you are feeling a little nostalgic for something like Front Mission.
I have not played the original XCOM. I have not played BattleTech, and I have not played Front Mission. I have no opinion of these games because I don't know anything. I have played XCOM 2. XCOM 2 is a great game. I have never finished it. I don't know how to explain how much I've beaten of the game because I've not played it for more than a couple hours. I saw that its modding culture was really fun. I modded it, and I modded it until I broke it. And once I broke it, I felt like I'd finished playing the game. I should go back one day.
You are truly the coolest man alive and remember Jagged Alliance. All of those games share similar systems between each other. All of them use grid map for movement. Some of them use hexes instead of squares, but overall it functions the same. In this series, I will be covering the way to make a tactical combat game with some simulation aspects of other titles. Main aim is to make combat works, then I will build on top of it. As a main
This is pretty much what I'm trying to do. Is I want to build the systems, and then I want to build all the artistic stuff afterward. Because I don't know art, I don't know animation. So for me, that's all going to likely be outsourcing or learning new skills. For me, I'm going to stick to building systems and trying to have fun and enjoy programming systems into games and see where that goes. Hopefully, one day I can get a job. That is the entire plan of this, is to show off my skills a little bit more.
In inspiration, I will be using Fire Emblem series of games, mostly Fire Emblem Three Houses, which I desperately want to play, but I don't own Switch. So to be fair, I'm mostly basing my knowledge on YouTube videos and Fire Emblem games from 3DS and Path of Radiance. But if you want to make XCOM or something else, don't click away. As I said, those games are very similar in many aspects, and it will be possible to adapt what we are going to do to make any other tactical game you want to make. This tutorial will use Unity of version 2021, and it should be workable on any other versions later on, with
As I recall, we're using 2022.3.41 F1 because this is the version that we used when my team was working on Noble Roots. Which is, you can actually see it right here. This is Project Farm Sim that we eventually named Noble Roots. The game was made in 2022.3.4.41 F1, which is what they had to use for their midterm game, which, as I recall, they worked on a space shooter that was based off of Galaga, and it looked really good. I never got to play it, but I could always try it later.
maybe slight minor changes. We will be using URP
And we are
as a
using
main
3D
renderer.
URP.
If you encounter any issues, make sure to first check the pinned comment. All people make mistakes, and I'm not an exception. If I make a mistake or need to add a correction, I will be posting the correction in the pinned comment. If there is no pinned comment which helps you, leave a comment or join the Discord, and I will try to help you as much as I can. If you
Just as putting this out there, I don't like joining random discords that I don't plan to stick around too much in. Um, I could show mine. I think it's safe to show mine. I don't think there's anything private in here. But to show mine off really quick, uh, we'll just go into my personal Discord. And yeah, you can see with how few Discords I have, I don't like joining random Discords. These are all the gaming Discords I'm a part of, and I don't think I've ever actually used them. This is the Discord community I'm the most active in. I check it out almost once a week. I do have notifications because I've been working on other things for the past week, which is Star Rail new patch just released. I will probably lose some hours to the Wuchong PS5 update coming out tomorrow. Or actually, technically today, because it's Thursday now. But I'll definitely get some time to work on Project Valkyrie later. I'm going to try and figure out how to use the collision to load new maps, so I gotta create a new map, and that will probably be what I work on tomorrow. But I don't like joining random Discord communities that I don't plan to stick around in.
Follow my channel, you might know that I already have a series dedicated to grid map, which we will be making in this tutorial. Yet in that series I were making 2D top-down grid map. This series will be making a 3D map. Please leave a like and a comment if you like this series. If you really want to support me, I have Patreon in the description. And we have a nice comfy Discord server where we can chit chat and share joy, so join in the link in the description.
Yeah, I don't know if he's active anymore.
Good, let's go everyone, stay strong.
If he is, he knows a lot.
Today we will begin with setting up the grid. Remove readme file, and let's begin. Create an empty object and call it a grid.
And then we need another one for the cell, right?
Create a new script called node. And create another new script called grid. Open node script.
Okay, give me a sec. Like I said, I haven't actually touched anything just yet. So the first thing that I like to do is I like to try and keep things as organized as possible. Usually by what system they're working on. If something's working on multiple systems, then I will leave it in a generic folder. But for now, we know that everything's going to be working on the grid map. So we're just going to create a folder called grid map, and we are going to create an empty object, and this is going to be called our grid. I'm going to take one headphone off so I can hear myself speak better. And then I'm going to create two C# scripts for grid and node. Now, just in case I need to explain this later, these are scripts where if you work in Unreal Engine, those are objects. In Unreal Engine, you are more worried about the object that you are in control of, and these are scripts meant to run while the object is working. You can create objects in Unity, but usually it's best to just create the object here and then add your scripts to it. This is how you would handle it on a lower level. And this is why most people prefer Unity, because you just need to create a quick script and it's a lot faster. But if you want a lot more control over what you're doing, I would recommend that you try Unreal Engine and see if you like it better. Unreal Engine offers a lot more control because you have to create the object, and the object is going to do everything that you intended to do. The problem is that also means you have to learn C++. And C++ is an extremely complicated language. On the bright side, Unreal Engine has its own garbage collector. So as long as you're using Unreal Engine pointers, you don't need to clean up after yourself. But if you start using non-Unreal Engine pointers, then you will need to make sure that those are handled yourself. Unless it handles that. I don't know. I would have to check the documentation about how it handled normalized pointers. So we're starting off with Node. Is it going to know what I want to open? Yeah, I'll do it in Visual Studio. I don't think Visual Studio's been updated in a while, so still good. Alright, give it a minute to finish loading. And alright, I'm just gonna move this here so that you guys can see it as well. Yes, I have Mobius up here. I believe I have Mobius on Writer as well, but I have a different image. I really like Mobius from Honkai Impact. She is one of my favorite characters in Honkai Impact, and I think it was really sad that she died. But at least she had some really interesting moments. And then there was the operating table incident. So now he's going to explain how we are going to set up our node, I believe.
Because node will not be a component, remove mono-behavior inheritance. Every component, like this grid, is derived from mono-behavior. So if you try to attach the node like component to this grid object, it will not work. Back to node script. Declare one public bool variable called passable, which will mark the node as being passable by character.
Oh, I should also mention, I do know how to use Unity on my own, but I have not intentionally used Unity since January. It's now August, and I am not the most versed in Unity. I heavily prefer Unreal Engine. So if you see me just following along, it is mostly due to the fact that my knowledge of Unity and C# is a little bit weaker than my knowledge of Unreal Engine and C++.
Or not.
I'm just glad we're not doing it in JavaScript.
Now open grid script. So to define...
Okay, so... Was that a global variable that we had to make? Yeah, it was in the public class node. And I know how to recreate these if I need to. So, inside of the public class, we create a... Is it a constant node? No, it's just a public boolean for passable. Okay. So we're going to create a public bool, and we're going to call it passable.
Now open grid script. So to define the space where our character will be able to move, we will create a 2D array of nodes.
Hold on. I don't have both of them open. Where is my... I'm missing things. I don't have, hold on. I need to get something. That's not what I want. Oh, yeah, it's called Solution Explorer. There it is. Also, I do like keeping things very minimalistic, so I like having my Solution Explorer right here. And for the sake of usually keeping things simple, I also like to scope here because sometimes I'll have like 4 or 5 folders open as I get deeper and deeper into what I'm working on. So sometimes things will move so far off screen that I just can't tell what file I'm selecting anymore. This is something I can't do in Writer, which I find extremely annoying, and I do hope that Writer eventually adds that as a feature.
Now we need to define the size of the grid space.
Actually, I just realized, because I use Opera, I can actually just do this. And I don't know if that's visible to everybody else. Probably not. But it's visible to me, and since I'm just going to be copying what he does for the most part, and then we'll play around with it afterwards, you guys should be able to see what he's writing based off of what I'm writing. Unless it's a lot more visible on screen, and my phone is too far away for me to check. So we'll just deal with it as it is. So the first thing he's doing is he's making a node. We put a comma. I never use underscores for anything. If you don't understand why I hate underscores, then you do not have the same problem that I do. For those wondering, I can't reach the underscore symbol without taking my hand off the keyboard. So for me, it's too far away. I prefer to just I prefer either starting with the variable type, which would be, in this case, that would be in grid, or I prefer that, which is Pascal casing, or that, which is camel casing, or this is camel case, I believe. Yeah, that's camel case, and this is Pascal case. And snake casing, I believe, is when you just only use underscore or something like that. No, this is snake casing. This is called snake casing. It's where you add underscores in between all the different words. I find it, like I said, I find it annoying because I can't reach the underscore because I have the habit of using the same shift on the side, which is the reason why I had to take my hand off, because the underscore being on the right side of the keyboard and the shift I'm trying to hit being on the same side, I have to completely remove my right hand off the keyboard when I'm typing, and I don't like that. It's a nitpicky thing. If you do snake casing, you're not wrong. It's just I don't like snake casing, and a lot of Python developers default to snake casing. I think Python itself defaults to snake casing as well.
Create two variables, width and length of the map. Actually, let's make them serialized fields, so you will be able to modify them in the
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's not how you do that in Unity. No, we'll just set a default value. I'll use 25 too. Yeah, you know what? We'll call it height because it's not really length unless we're measuring a table.
editor. On the start, initiate the node array. Let's make some kind
Hold on,
of
that was a bit too fast for me. So, I misspelled grid. So, we need to instantiate a new object, and ultimately it doesn't matter. It matters a little bit if you care which way is upwards and forwards. I believe most things default to width over length. Because most people would rather create something wider because most televisions are wider than they are long. If you want to understand why most people prefer width first and length first, it's usually because it's referred to like this, where it's width over height. And most people understand that height is upwards and downwards, and width is sorry, the camera's over here. So height is up and down, width is left to right. If you take a look at your screen, you'll probably notice that it's quite a bit wider than it is long. Hold on, let me show my screen. You'll notice that this screen is wider than it is long. This is a bad spot to hold it in. The main reason is I have no idea. Actually, that's not something I know. But because TVs are often wider, it's usually better to focus on your width first because that's the first thing you're going to want to mess with. At least that's my understanding. I do believe I've already mentioned, do not take everything I say as fact because I'm going to probably say a couple of things that I don't actually know what I'm talking about. And I am realizing I do not know the exact reason why TVs are often wider than they are tall. I am assuming it has something to do with the fact that it's easier to fit a wide object into a building than it is to fit a tall object into a building. And also, people don't like squares. Something I learned in design school is people don't like perfection. Perfection is boring. It's uninteresting. My camera's not where I left it. So one thing I learned when I went to school for videography is, and I did not get a degree in videography. I found it incredibly boring. I hated those classes, but I did actually learn a couple of really interesting things. Like if you stand perfectly center, it's actually really boring. I can't stand perfectly center because my camera is actually angled weird. So, like, this is me standing up straight, and it looks like my head is tilted. My head is not tilted. I don't think. Maybe it is. Has my head always been tilted? I am depressed, so that's fairly normal, but talking to and from. Um, if you ever look at a picture where the focal point is directly 100% center frame, it's really boring to look at, but it gets really interesting when you're slightly out of frame. You're just like slightly to the left, or I can't go all the way to the right. But when you're just slightly off, like I'm not center, but I am. With this would be like center left, I think. But you have center, you have center right, you have center left, and then you have I believe this is stage right. But these are really important because knowing what people like, what the normal human likes to see, and the fact that most people do not like perfection is actually interesting. You always want perfection, but the moment you achieve it, nobody likes your work anymore because there's nowhere left to improve. And that's just one of the basic things. I actually do have some of my old design work from some of the art that I made. Um, I did say I'm not an artist, but I did have to create some art projects. I had to do basic color theory. I had to create images in Illustrator. Um, well, okay, we didn't have to make images in Illustrator. One of my favorite projects, we had to take three separate images and we had to make each image essentially work with the other image. And I remember that during that project, I actually took pictures of the Legend of Zelda. No, Breath of the Wild hadn't come out yet. Uh, I've forgotten the one that takes place. Skyward Sword. I took a picture of the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword with Link on the Lost Wing, and then I took a picture of. Right, what did I take? What was the next one? I think the next one was a land picture. I don't remember. But I remember that the top picture was the Skyward Sword, and I remember that the bottom picture was actually the picture of the beach area in Majora's Mask. I don't remember for some reason what the middle picture was, but I imagine it was probably Twilight Princess because Twilight Princess is my favorite Legend of Zelda game. Uh, I also remember working on a project where back then I didn't know much about Dragon Ball Z, but I really loved the original Dragon Ball, and I heard about the character named Broly before I had seen any of the movies, and I actually made a picture of Broly living inside of a giant stalk of broccoli. And everybody loved it, and my professor had no idea what it was going on. But I just found it hilarious because Broly's entire thing is that he was named after broccoli, where Vegeta was named after vegetables. Goku, I believe, was named after a turnip. Or no, Goku was Kakarot, and Kakarot was carrot. Uh, I just love that everybody has like the most weird thing that they're named after. A lot of the humans are named after clothing. That was just one of the things. It always made me laugh. All right, we should probably get back. I want to try to finish some of this today.
Let's make some kind of area out of floor and few boxes.
Okay. I'm actually gonna get rid of this really quick. One of the main things is that we do have this right here. I can just create a 3D plane. And I'm just going to call this play area. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. And Yeah, I'm gonna double its size so that it takes up all 4 of these quadrants. I don't know if it's showing up so well. No, it looks like it's showing up pretty good for you guys. At least on my side. But you'll notice that Unity has all of these grids right here, and I like to try and keep things even. So I like to follow these lines for where I keep the grids. This is just my OCD playing tricks on me. I don't have like full OCD, but I have enough OCD that it makes me make weird decisions sometimes.
To represent playing field,
And I think this is where he places the objects that'll act as obstacles later. Yeah. This is the wrong screen. So, I mean, if you guys just want to see this really quick, this is not hard to do. I'm still getting used to some of these camera controls. But we'll just go in, we'll grab a 3D object, we'll call it a cube. Oh. Now this is not what we want. As I recall, this places the object firmly about like the 50% marker. Yeah. So when if you got your plane on 0, 0, 0, which is where it should spawn by default, you'll want your cube to be at about 0 0.5, 0 0.5, 0 0.5. Actually, this is worth it. And if you just want to make sure that you don't mess anything up, because the only thing you need to make sure is that you know exactly what this value is. Since the plane is at 0, this cube needs to exist above 0. Since the cube's center is where our anchor is, I believe we can change that. I don't remember how to off the top of my head. If one of you guys knows that, you can leave it in the comments later, or if you were here, you could leave it in the chat. But if you wanna look at that later, and remind me how to do it, that is a thing that I would appreciate, because I don't remember how to change the anchor point for cubes. Now I'm kind of obsessed with it. It's not that important. We need to move on. Yeah, I don't remember how to do it. But you can always go into here and you can scale it manually. I'm just gonna say that this is like 3, and we're gonna say that this is like 1.5. No. This will be 1, and this is 1.5, I believe. Yeah. You can always use this to control it manually if you want. You can just whoom. And if you hold control, it will uniformly expand so that it'll just snap to whatever size you want it to be. I believe you can also use the scaling tool, and it will just scale to whatever it is you need it to be. Oh, that's not what I wanted to change. I believe he had 3 objects. I'm going to be happy with 1 for now. In this one, he's going to place diagonally so that he can show something off later. Oh, he's also adding materials. Actually, let's go ahead. I don't think I have. I don't think I have any materials. Yeah. So I would need to create a custom material and then apply it here. That is something I... Do I remember how to do that? He didn't create the wall material on, No, he did. Okay, I just must have missed it. And then he just set the color to black. Okay. And then we'll do that, and we're just gonna drag this in here. Did I forget something? Did I not do something right? Oh, okay. I needed to change this. I see now. I don't need the letter, I don't think. Oh, that's what I was trying to do. Alright. Back to the thing.
Good, now we have a space to play around. Open the grid script. We need to describe the size of each node in the world. For this, we need to define the size of each node.
Alright. Here's another really simple thing. We're going to create a serialized field, and we're just going to note that. This cell size. For anyone who wants to know, 1F is the same as this. But I don't think you're allowed to leave it like that in C#. In C++, you can create a float and you can just leave it like this or like this, and it'll be like, yeah, that's a floating number. But I like to leave mine like this because oftentimes I want the starting variable to be an integer, and I want the entirety of all possibilities to be within the floating range.
create a serialized float variable called cell size. Now we want to visualize our grid. In onDraw Gizmos, cycle through width and length, and using Gizmo Square, draw the nodes.
Okay, so we're using something I've never actually used before. On Draw Gizmos, and we're creating a 4. And so our instruction is that for x is an integer starting at 0. As long as x is less than a length, we are going to increment x every time we run this. Except length doesn't exist anymore. There's an easy way to do that. The main reason we're using that is because we're going to y is going to be our width control. And because we're using Visual Studio, if you make small changes like that, it will automatically fix itself. I believe Writer and most IDEs will do the same. I think Vim will not, but I don't know anything about Vim, so don't take my word on that.
Calculate the position of the node in the world space.
I'm going to do a vector 3, QS, set it to a new parameter of vector 3. We are going to transform dot position, and we're going to add the x times the cell size. This is getting a bit big. There we go. The next thing he does is, I believe, I'm going to set the y value to nothing because for the most part your grid map should just be forwards and backwards. Unless you're trying to create something like 3D chess, you shouldn't ever need to mess with the y values. Yeah. The dog barking is just loud enough that you guys can probably hear it. But as it's the middle of the night, I am almost certain it is absolutely nothing. This is controlling Z. And we're just going to do the same thing over here, I believe, and just do Z Z is going to be by the cell size. Right? And I lost a parentheses.
Draw the gizmo.
Hold on a minute. Okay. So we need to gizmo dot draw cube, and we're going to POS and vector 3.
Now you can see the nodes on the scene.
Vector 3.1. Okay, I don't know what that does. So, since I don't know what that is, I'm actually going to go look it up. Ah, okay, that makes sense. It just immediately gives you a vector full of ones.
Now you can see the nodes on the scene.
Alright, so we're going to save all. And I don't think I ever actually attached a grid. We're going to go into the grid map. I'm actually going to create a prefab over here. This will be important later. It's not like the most important thing at the moment. We need to attach this to that, and that causes that. And you'll notice over here, we can manipulate the grid however we want. We can control its height and its width. I don't like that. So, I'm going to reverse this. Gotta wait to get back into Unity. Alright, back into Unity. So now width controls that, height controls that. That's not what I wanted. Unless it is. I mean, technically it doesn't matter because, from this direction it's the way that I want it. But if we add the grid to the play area, I should be able. I should be able to set an anchor point to the top left of the grid so that when I resize the grid, or when I resize the play area, it resizes the grid to fit. But I don't remember how to do that. No, that's not what I want. But yeah, now if I move it, they'll move with each other. So I can just set the grid. And we'll just set the grid. And then I don't want that many. I want it. Yeah, that'll work. Create an 18 by 18. And we've got a grid that covers most of the area. 18 by 19, it'll cover that little bit. So, I think every hard line is a multiple of 5, so I think if I set this to -5, it will go right there. And if I set this to -5, then now it should be like perfectly on that line. No. No, it is not. And maybe it is. What if I created a 1 by 1 so I can like just see? Okay, yeah, it's exactly where I want it, but we want it to go like 0.5 to this way, so this should be like here, and this should be about here. 0.5 inland on both sides, and then we'll create our 18 by 18, and that's not enough, so let's try a 19 by 19. There we go. So at 19 by 19, we can cover this 5 by 5. So this is a 5 by 5, this is a 5 by 5, so this is a 10 by 10. Yeah, I can do basic math. I'm not completely dumb. And I think that what he's about to do is the same thing that we just did.
Let's make them smaller.
I don't agree with this decision, but for the sake of following along, and this is important in its own way. Um, all right, I need a minute. My dog's right outside my door. All right, I think we're about halfway done with this episode. We'll work on this slowly over time, but
And if you move your grid object, it will change the point of origin of those nodes. It will make adjusting the grid easier when it needs to be done. Adjusting the grid point of origin of those nodes. It will make adjusting the grid easier when it needs to be done.
That's what I just did.
Now we have a grid visualized on the scene, but right
Wait, how did he do that?
now we have a grid visualized.
So he made. He was adjusting the cell sizes. So he was able to set up to. He was able to set the cell size. Essentially, he created a 10 by 10, but he made the cell size 2, which makes the game smaller, but it allows you to keep the area just the same size. So if you had a really good idea for an area, but you notice that when you're playing it, it's just too long to get from A to B, you can usually just cut it in half like that, or we could cut it into thirds, and we'd have to meet somewhere in the middle by like 15. And at this point, we would probably need to resize it. So we're too big on this side, and we're too big on this side. So now it should fit. This should also explain some cooking to everybody. That if I increase the temperature, it did not necessarily equate to the same amount of increase in ingredients. Or if we use half the ingredients, we don't use half the time on the same temperature. Or you can just cook like I do and not even consider either and just do it based off of pure instinct, which is not a great way to go. There's a couple of things I can do by that. There we go. The main reason you don't want to do this is keep in mind that each one of these squares is going to be the part that your player character is standing on. So if we go over here, you'll actually notice that half of these cubes, half of the cubes on the left side are actually falling off. And you'll notice the same thing for the cubes on this side. So that means that it'll look like your player character is supposed to fall off of the area, when in actuality that is not the case at all. So you fix this by just you can fix this by just moving in by a little bit, a little bit more than that. I'm gonna go back to 4.5 just because I like 4.5. What? There we go. Now, what I want to know is, what is this? Negative 4.75. That's where I want it. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. And so now I can make my 20 by 20. That's what I've been trying to do. This is what I mean when I mean play around with the stuff you build. If you're gonna follow around with the tutorial, play around with the things. Watch one video, follow along, and then just take the stuff that you learned in the tutorial and try to figure out what's so great about it. And what I really like is that it's very easy to change the size of my grid map. And we're going to do one more thing in this episode, so we're going to try to check for these boxes right here.
Now we have a grid visualized on the scene, but right now the grid itself actually is not populated with actual data. We are just using the size of the grid to draw it on the scene. What we need to do is to populate the grid with data, based on the scene we have created. To populate the grid with data about possible terrain, we want to block out the impossible terrain. You see, instead of selecting individual nodes and assigning the values that this node is impossible to traverse, you can define that certain colliders on the scene represent the area impossible to move through.
Alright. So we're gonna make that change really quick as well. Uh, we're gonna go in and at layer 6 we'll also create a layer called obstacle. Because this is really important if you've ever played Final Fantasy Tactics or you've ever played Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem does this a little bit too. You'll notice that sometimes there are objects that are on the road or on the path you're traveling and you just can't pass it. I've been dealing with this in Tactics Ogre because I've been playing a lot of Tactics Ogre Reborn lately. Uh, and I really like that sometimes there's just objects that there's just no way to handle it. The only way to solve the problem is to go around it, because most humans do not have the ability to jump. Um, but the thing you learn quickly in a game like Disgaea is because you're all demons, you all have superhuman powers. So everybody's able to jump like 20 DM to 40 DM, which is the metric unit for the Netherworld, I guess. Um, so in Disgaea, you get really used to the idea that certain characters jump really high. Like the martial artist can usually jump from about 40 to 60 DM. Robots, which are really heavy, can still jump really high because they are robots and they have hydraulics. But heavy knights can't because they're wearing all the heavy armor and they've got no means of boosting themselves forwards. So not only do they not move very far, usually only about 2 to 4 tiles a turn, but they also don't jump very high, which can lead to certain levels being almost impossible. On the bright side, most main characters have pretty substantial jump height. If anybody was worried about potentially trying out Disgaea, uh, almost all of the main characters are non-restrictive classes. It does follow the Fire Emblem logic of every main character demon usually has a specialized title, but it's not that important. When you kill them and bring them back as something else, they ultimately become the same version of who they were before. So you can subclass them with like an armor knight, and they'll still keep all of the same jump heights and stuff because they're the main characters and they can do that. I might have to play some Disgaea. I think I actually do have Disgaea on Steam, or I know I have Disgaea 2. My personal favorite is Disgaea 3, and I might play that on stream sometime.
In our case, it is simple, just those walls. Let's move them to a new layer called obstacle. What will be...
Oh yeah. So we're just gonna go over here, and we're just gonna change the name to obstacle, and we'll set it to the obstacle layer, and we're gonna make this a prefab. Why are we gonna make it a prefab? So we can use it later. This way, I can just drop another one in. And yeah, I can just use this however I want, and I can set this to 6. I can set this to 4.5. So it's in the ground. So does Y need to be 1.5? Why is it on the ground? Because it defaulted to 0. There we go. And the other thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to put these up here. Not what I thought would happen. But this should display them over the tiles, which is usually what you want. No, he's still wandering around. Okay.
What we're doing now is detecting.
Wait, did I remember to set them on the obstacle layer? We'll open the prefab really quick, and yeah, they're on the obstacle layer. The main reason why you want to make constant prefabs is since both of these are using this prefab, if I make changes to this prefab, they will both change. But if I make changes to this instance, it will stop being a prefab. So if I recall, if I make this like a 6, then this is different than this, but I can still make changes over here. If I add objects, they'll be added to all of these upon refresh. I don't think they'll get added right away because they are instantiated as they are.
Is the node collides with obstacle? If it does, mark it as an unpassable node. So on the start, create and call generate grid.
Alright, so we're going to go into here. Inside of the grid on start.
Initialize grid inside generate grid instead of start.
So we take grid is new node, height, then a width.
Inside, call and create a new method called check passable terrain. Cycle through width and length of the grid.
One of the greatest things that we have, a lot of my professors said back in my day we didn't have this and we wish we did. This is one of those things that they would have complained about not having. Is the ability to say that we're about to make a method and then just have the game be like, okay, I'll go ahead and make you the skeleton for it. And then for int that's not how I want things. And he's going by width. Probably do height immediately after, but let's make sure. Yep. He's making another one. Oh, right. My mistake for not fixing all of that.
And here we want to use checkbox to determine if the area is passable and not obstructed by obstacles. First parameter will be our world position.
Vector 3. World.
We already have world position calculation in the on-draw gizmos, so to not repeat ourselves, let's extract it into the method.
I didn't know we could do that.
Ourselves, let's extract it into the method.
So, hold on, I got this right here. So, since we know we're using this more than once, we take this, not that part. We're going to take a quick action and extract method. And it named it better for me.
The automatic extraction inverted the parameters. Let's fix it.
Oh, I didn't check them all, did I? No, because the initial use was the y then x, and the current use is x and y. Granted, if you set it up correctly, even if it does it backwards, it'll usually be right. You're going to usually notice a case where it's wrong, though, if you aren't careful.
Then we have a half extent of the cube we will be projecting.
Pause. I thought I heard my dog again. Must not have. What are we missing? World position, so it needs multiple vector 3s. So it needs a vector 3 for the center, a vector 3 for the half extent. It needs a Quaternion orientation and int layer mask, which we will get later.
Simply divide the vector 3-1 by half, because it is half extent of the cube, and multiply by the cell size. Third parameter is the rotation.
Vector 3 divided by vector 3 1 divided by 2 multiplied by cell size. I'm gonna do something really quick because I just noticed a mistake. Find cell size, replace this is replace all. Thank you. That bugged me the moment I noticed it.
Of the cube in quaternion. Simply pass quaternion identity. We don't need any angle here.
Okay. I don't remember what quaternions are, but I'm gonna probably look that up later. I know what an identity matrix is, so
Here.
I have a good idea what
Last
data
force
in it
parameter
is.
will be our layer mask, where we can pass the layer of our obstacles. Create serialized variable for this layer. Layer allows us to ignore all other colliders, which is not obstacles.
We're gonna serialize field. We're gonna create a layer mask property named obstacle layer. And because that's exactly what we're looking for, that should be everything we need.
For determining is this not possible or not. Now we want to visualize possible and impossible node.
Okay, so we're working in the onDraw gizmos. We're creating a new line.
In the onDraw gizmo, create exit gate if the grid is null. So gizmos will not be drawn if the grid is not initiated yet. Then check if the grid node in position possible, make it white, otherwise red.
Oh. Gotta test some of that stuff later. Test what I can get away with on that. Because I'm wondering if it's the same as CSS, where I can only do so much. Oh, right, wait. We need to set an if statement. Or more specifically, a conditional statement. There we go. In short, if you're a self-taught programmer, you might not know what we just did. These are called conditionals. This is a raw conditional statement. It's only good for a single line. We could actually do the same thing up here. But there's no point because we only expect one outcome. And yes, I have a heavy preference for if you're going to only do one thing with your if check, just make it a single line. There's no point in it being more than that, unless that one thing you're gonna do is a really long thing in of itself. But if you're just gonna return, it might as well look like this. If grid is null, return.
Now before we proceed, we have determined if the area for the node is passable, but we haven't assigned the state to the.
Okay, so we're in the check passable terrain. We are directly below the physics call. I know it's easier for you guys to keep up with me because I've got the bright green line showing you where I'm working at. If I turn studio mode off, I can see that you guys could probably keep up with this pretty well. I have a really small screen, so I know that if I can read mine, that you guys should be able to see it. Because you guys will have a you'll have a much more expanded version of what I'm looking at. That was not the video. I clicked on my code thinking that was the video.
The grid. Initiate the node and assign passable value.
Passable.
In the editor, assign
I
the.
wasn't done. I missed something. No, it's exactly.
In the editor, assign the obstacle layer and launch the game.
Hold on, I gotta wait for Unity to save.
This error is happening because when we are checking the box, it returns true if it collides with something.
Did I forget to do something to make that not happen? Oh, no. So it throws me into game and I want to look at this. And mine is no longer displaying. Which means we have an error. So we need to do a code comparison. And see where his code works and mine doesn't. Ah. There we go. Try this fix. No. Line 52. gizmos.color is grid passable, question mark color red, color green, but it's getting something invalid. I'll be right back. And we'll move back. All right. No. Okay. Okay, I think they're done. I've got to lock the door. And it says agree, it's fine. Was that the issue? Nope. Grid dot on draw gizmo. let's check the video and see if his and mine are missing something, or mine is missing something that his has. Why is mine longer than his? Oh, because I've got those two comments pushing everything down, and probably a couple other things. Y is less than width, y plus plus for int x is 0. Excuse me. Vector 3, POS. Get world position, x, y. No reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Grade on draw gizmos. Line 52. Is it really the whole idea that green's not a creative color? Is it just that green's not a creative color? It doesn't look like it's working yet. Yeah, it's still not working. Alright, let's check some other things. So, line 61, make sure that that is good. Vector 3, transform.position.x plus x times cell size. 0f, transform position.z plus y times cell size. Get world position x, y. Gizmos.color. So we know that this was working. Alright, so if I take this out, it should go back to normal. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's gone back to normal. So, the error is this line right here. Let's see. gizmos.color is as far as I can tell, this should work, right? Try that and see if it works. Nope. Alright. So, we'll put a breakpoint there. So now when I start, why didn't the breakpoint get called? It all kind of depends on which object is failing, because it could be that it's not properly getting the node. If it's not getting the node correctly, then that could be a much bigger issue. And that's what I'm thinking. Alright. Step 1 forwards, I believe. I believe it's F10. F11. No. Okay, so we cannot step at all. Well, I mean, at least I know what the issue is. we're gonna set this back because now I know what the problem is. This is working fine. Oh, right. I have the picture over here. Okay, I had to make a mistake somewhere else because these two are set up correctly.
Sign, but probably in position is null or not.
Okay, so. Ah. No, no, that happens. Is this the issue? There we go. Alright. I love that I can just click that dynamite and do what it is that I'm trying to do. No, I believe this should generate the issue that he's talking about.
Issue is part and assign in the is happening because when we are checking the box, it returns true if it collides with
No, I forgot to do something. What did I forget to do? Maybe they're not colliding. Or yeah, I've got something really dumb. If I had a chat, someone would have noticed that, and someone would have told me how stupid I am. Because now it's working. It's also backwards from what I want. Invert the conditional. Set white back to green. I like green. Actually, blue. As a Fire Emblem player, we don't like the color green. What did I forget to do? Something.
something should
Yeah. Now his is set up correctly. Oh yeah, I forgot to show mine to make sure that mine is set up correctly. So yeah, you can see that mine is good. If I move this, okay, that's interesting. That's not supposed to happen.
And now our grid is easily scalable and easily changeable.
Okay, so yeah, it looks
You
on
just need
start,
to
but it
move
never looks
objects with
again.
an obstacle layer.
So if
Good.
the objects
This is a good
move,
stopping point for tonight. If you have any questions or any ideas about
okay, I do actually have a question. And this is not something I necessarily intend to do anytime soon. But what if my obstacle was moving? Like, what if during turn one, the obstacle is, like, right here, but during turn two, it's over here? So I need to check the is passable again. So I'd need to create the turn system, and then I'd need to check if I need to check at the start of every turn because I don't need to check every frame, so I don't want to put it in the update. But right now we're only checking on instantiation. So right now it only checks as the game once the game loads. It's not checking anytime after that. So once it's decided what's passable terrain and what's not passable terrain, that's it. So if I wanted to create a turn system where objects move, I need to make sure that at the end of the turn update that it rechecks the passable terrain. Okay. This is pretty much all we're gonna do today. We played around with it. Uh, Greg over here also showed us some ways to play around with it. If you want to make one yourself, you can either follow what I did, or you can go to Greg Dev Stuff and you can check out his video. Uh, it's actually an entire playlist of creating a tactic game in Unity. And there probably is quite some useful comments that you can read through. There's also probably some YouTube comments. I don't know if he's still active in his Discord, but this has been a great video. I'm going to go ahead and like it, mostly as a reminder that I've completed this one. Let's see. Anything else I want to do today? Because I'm a lot more tired than I realized, and I'm also out of water. I'm gonna have to go get some more water in a minute. We could play a game for a little bit. So I'm just gonna go ahead and we'll save this. And we'll close out. And I'm gonna move this over here for a second, just so that I can check Steam.
In our case, only
That's what I thought would happen.
if you hit the array.
Okay. Now close this window. I do want to play some Octopath Traveler, but I don't think it'd be a great stream game at the moment. Because I'm already about, I'd say I'm about an eighth of the way through the game at the moment. Completed all the chapter 1s, and I know that everybody has at least 4 chapters, I believe it is. And I'm taking the game really slow, and I don't think it'll be as fun to watch. If I started something from, if I started something off on the ground up, that might be better. I do have the new Rune Factory game. I've only gotten about halfway through that. We could try playing some Shadowverse, but I don't know how well that's gonna go. Hmm. Yeah, let's play some of this. Alright, let's make sure that this is gonna display, and we'll just play for maybe an hour or two. There we go. Got the game up. So this is a game called The Last Spell. I'm terrible at this game too, but think it will be fun to watch. It's got great music. I do have the Dwarf DLC, but I don't have the Elven DLC, for anyone that's wondering. I do not remember how to play this game in the slightest. I would like very much to start a new game. War. Hold on, I'm gonna move some things. For centuries, the world was engulfed in never-ending strife and chaos. Elves fighting dwarves, dwarves fighting humans, orcs. Well, they were fighting everyone. The common folk were bled dry, misery, famine, plague. Secluded in his tower, researching forbidden magic secrets, the Archmage Hieronymus Teller made an extraordinary discovery. Wild, unknown words of power to harness tremendous forces. A ritual of mass destruction able to obliterate any city in one strike. Hoping to end all wars, he cast a spell on Glintvine, a small enemy village. A gigantic dark ball of purple flame fell from the sky and smashed into the town's center, leaving only ruined, lifeless bodies and purple fumes. The whole royal family of neighboring kingdoms was present at the time. They all died. The king, mad with grief, ordered the military to research this new magic. He made his mages unleash hell on the closest major city. Several 100,000 died. Every kingdom sought the purple magic. Alliances were set in motion. The sky was constantly flashing purple bursts. Thundering blasts were heard every hour. War was no more, only annihilation. There was no turning back. At some point, the explosion stopped. A resounding silence. An ominous mist started to aggregate around the remaining cities. Small groups of survivors gathered. The surrounding mist was thickening. At night, they had to defend against ghastly monsters. They called them Claws. A fighter simply known as the Commander took charge. Defenses were built. Heathens emerged from the chaos. Most mages were hanged, or worse, in retribution. Some of them, fearing for their lives, tried to find an answer. Most of the mages were hanged. I already read that. They found a way. A spell. The last spell. They devised a complex ritual to cleanse the corrupted runic nexus. The goal was simple, yet nearly impossible. Channel through energy to break the remaining seal of magic. and banish all magic from this world forever. But when comes the night, terrifying mutated creatures appear. They come out of the mist to kill. The survivor's only hope is to fight night after night and protect those mages at any cost. The last spell is cast. Or until the last spell is cast. This is a hard roguelike game. At least it's hard for me. Defend the last bastion of humanity with your squad of heroes, while the mages try to banish all magic, exterminate fiendish monsters by night, and rebuild your battered city defenses by day. Protect the magic circle night after night until the mages break the seal. The haven is lost if the magic circle is destroyed, or if all heroes are dead, which usually is what happens to me. During the deployment phase, position your heroes by placing them just outside the city. The camera can be moved using WSAD. Wow, WASD. Not WASD. Edge plating. Camera. Oh, right. Edge painting. Like this, which I always like really. I'd like to turn that off. Where's the mouse 3 button? Which you can't do right. The direction of incoming horde is shown in the command of the channel. WASD. Alright, so we're looking there. Nothing from anywhere else. They usually come from this side on my first day, I think. Alright, so let's find out what we have. We have Meg. And we have Meg, the Druid. She's smart, so she gets 10% extra experience. She's also tall, so +1 movement, but also -5% dodge. Let's see, so, no damage multiplier, but a 7% crit rate. No resistances, no accuracy bonuses, 4 armor. She has a wand. We don't have any perks yet because she's not been leveled. But since she's a druid, can I see this also in here? Yeah. So we have the Sword of Damocles. Magic damage ignore half the target's resistance. This attack ignores the target's dodge. The lack of accuracy of range damage nullified. We have a restoration spell, so she's probably the only healer we're getting. Magic missile, ignore half the target's resistance, deal quite a bit of damage. Then she can also punch, which will never be useful. Here is Zena. Zena is our archer, Plague Doctor. So she can also heal. Power shot, tight volley. Straight arrows. She's claustrophobic, so as long as she's not, if you don't have a helmet on, you get +7 mana. She's lucky, so her critical and dodge go up. Crit by 6 and dodge by 5. And yeah, I can customize the hero. I'm not gonna do any of that because then I'll grow attached, and then when they all die, I'm going to feel really bad. So we have a scavenger, which grants her plus 1 back slot, plus 15% dodge, plus 4 daily mana regen, because you only get to regen so much mana a day, so it's not a good idea to spam your spells. There are ways to get more mana than you normally would, but usually you only get so much at a time. Need to get myself out of studio mode. I can't see if there's anything. Oh, she has back pain, so you get plus 1 back slot from being a scavenger, but you also get minus 2 from back pain. And it does look like this is our melee character. We've got the sword of Damocles, dude. 1. We have Stalk. Chance of applying Stalk. I can't hold the barricades. It'd be a good idea to set up like that. I don't think I can use any services at the moment. And never go so far that you get into the mist, otherwise you'll start thinking damage or something, I don't remember. During the night, repel monsters until they're all dead. Move the heroes and use their skills in any order you like. Like, that's what the book is getting away from. Each hero of health regen and mana regen are attributes and are shown next to the health and mana indicator. If a unit's health goes below a certain threshold, they become wounded. The inflicted negative effects are specific to the type heroes or spitters. Hover over the blood droplet icon under the health bar. If you have 100 health, this could one-shot you. Pretty good. Any movement is canceled until you cast the skill. anything, but I believe it's a little captain. When you have no action points left on your heroes, or you are done with your turn, hit the end turn button. Can't really do anything. So we'll just pull back. This is AoE. No, it's just multi-hit. At the end of the night, the panic moment is present. That's everything you're allowed to do. You don't get the turn. One of my least favorite features in computer games in general. We only have one. This will be it. So we'll go ahead and use Fortify because we know we're going to hit. Everybody gets to go to level 2. Everything looks good. Very little in the way of panic, but they're going to start a lot further up this time. Alright, so we got 3 level ups. Increase your damage. How many points do I have? So I have 1 perk point, allowing unlock the fatality skill, allowing to execute any enemy in melee range at under 15 health. This threshold is increased by 1 for every 1% physical damage after 100. So I need to get this up really high, I think. Plus 6 mana. Once per turn, when an attack from the hero is dodged, which might be feasible. Quick reload. Unlocks the quick reload skill, allowing you to restore 1 use to all skills of the current weapon. Leapfrog. Upgrades jump over. Armor is increased by 110% of the hero's daily health regen. I don't know what my daily health regen is. Health regen is 9. So 110% would probably be 10-ish. It'll either be 9 or 10. Isolation. Multiplier applied to the damage dealt to isolate targets. Reliability. Increase minimum damage to an attack. Plus 6 mana, increased by 3 for each level the hero for each level of the hero. Once per turn, when an attack from the hero is dodged by at least 1 unit, restore 2 action points. Next person. So we'll go over to Zena, level her up. Boost her damage. And let's give her opportunity. Fatality Harvester. For every 4 enemies killed, including poison skills, plus 1 daily mana regen up to 25% of the hero's mana. Once per turn, when an attack from a hero is dodged, restore. Our dodge is a little low. Alright, so you're a druid, and I'd like you to have that. Propagation bounces. Modifier applied to the amount of bounces. I don't think we have any bouncing skills at the moment. So we'll take range damage. got a reward for beating the knight. The offhand hammer. This is just so much better than everybody else's. Heroes have two different weapon sets and can swap freely between them at any time during combat. Any attribute modifier granted to this equipment is always applied. Consumable items do not disappear when they are used. Instead, they have a limited number of uses per night and fully refill at the start of the production phase. So we can build new structures, but we can only do the mana well to increase the maximum mana for all heroes, which isn't really useful. We can buy some new gear. There is, in fact, a bow in here. So that's extra mana and extra opportunism. And I'll also take this health potion. Into the city stash, I can put that right there, and then I can go over to Zyna and she can use this bow, and we'll put this bow in the secondary slot so that she gets the stats off of it. I don't think this bow really does anything, but this one gives her all the same skills, but more mana and 6% extra opportunism. Build some yeah. Just checking, but this is the only way that they're coming from right now, right? Yeah. Repair barricade, repair defenses. We have workers available. Assign them to new buildings. Buildings with free actions. Can restore some mana to heroes during the production phase with the help of workers. Perseverance. Once per turn, when an attack. Oh yeah, I don't know. So that's the shop. We have a little bit more money. Armored elven boots. Alright, so we'll go into the shop. Potion of invisibility, potion of mana. So this is +2 block. This is it lets me see over here. So all of that is gonna stay the same. Okay, I don't really see any point in changing it to because we get extra health. And this will give us +6% dodge. And I think we're gonna have to end the phase because there's not really anything else we can do. Put you there, keep you there. Alright, let's begin. Oh, this is talk about this. We lost. Now we have to go talk to gods. Oh. Welcome to the Oraculum. What? Lower your voice, fool, or you will get caught, and all will be for naught. The Oraculum is what I said. Are you deaf? Beyond dead. A rather formidable place, if I could say so myself, blooming from the fathoms of your scattered mind. I am the shadows, the true self. I am the dark. I am the pain deep inside your heart. Don't tell me. Don't tell the other one, for I will help you. Let it be a little devious secret between you and me. Would you be so kind as to partake in those useless souls? Or would you be so kind as to partake of those useless souls you collected from the flame? In exchange, I will share power and arcana to help in your formidable quest. Will you sell your tainted essence to me? every hero 15 extra health. How much do I have? I have exactly 200. I believe the other guy worked based off of an achievement system. So you have one that based off of a currency, everything you kill gives you so much currency. And then the other one's just like, yeah, over time you're going to accomplish things and I'm going to reward you for that. And yeah, next time we come, we can collect all of this stuff. Ow. Rejoice, O earth and sea, for I have come with gifts in hand. It would have been funnier, or it would have sounded better if it said gift for thee. Rejoice, O earth and sea, for I have come with gifts for thee. That would have just been better. Because gods like rhymes. Because then they don't have to remember the lines. I think I know you. Yes, for I am hope. A whisper in the dawn. A promise of light. I was two, but now I am one. A gleam, a mere refraction, and what I could become. Yeah, you did it here. Nowhere and everywhere we dwell, deep down and high above. Come to me when thou achievest mighty deeds, and I shall rewardest thee and thy people. And let us all rejoice, for thou wilt live again, until thy work here is done. Now go, my prodigal, herald of hope, and come again. Well, that would require me dying, and I'd preferably like to not die. These are from the DLC, I believe. I might get the Elvish DLC, but I still haven't even done the Dwarvish DLC stuff. New race. A new structure. We need to survive Night 2 in Gildenberg. So we have to get past the second night, which is actually pretty easy to do. It's about the fourth night where things start to get really tricky. And yeah, this is how you tell the difference. The dwarfs are the first DLC, the elves are the second DLC. I do love this game, but I'm also just absolutely garbage at this game. Select omens. Each haven has restrictions on how many omens you can select. Some omens will take more slots than others, but have stronger effects. You can charge your selected omen between runs, so experiment with them and find combinations you like. Tainted Essence gains are increased by 10%, that one's useful. All heroes have plus 35 HP, not the most useful unless you're running entirely frontliners. Plus 8 mana, ooh, an extra movement point, and I'll take the extra health. And here's the first real map, and you're gonna notice it's kind of bigger. And what makes it annoying is that I believe starting on this second night, you'll actually be getting attacked from both sides, from the bottom, from the left, from this side and this side. And that gets really annoying because you only have 3 heroes to use, meaning you have to somehow figure out how you're going to defend 2 fronts when you don't have enough resources for it. I think we have the same setup, but probably different class. We have Gordon, the carrier, +1 back slot, +7 stun check, but loses a movement point. He's rugged, so he gains 15 armor. He's merciful, so he gets -6% critical damage. Critical percent. This is Honor. +40 health for being possessed. +14 mana for being possessed, but less range damage. She's the nudist. She's wearing a lot of clothes for that. So when she's not wearing body armor, she gets 2 extra move points. She's foresighted, so she gets an extra backload. That doesn't make any sense, actually. I don't understand that one. How does being foresighted let you have an extra backload? The shield bearer, +30% armor, +12% block, -10 damage reliability. Nihilist, -1 action point. Savage, +15% critical power. Okay. So yeah, as always, we start the deployment phase. And once you got your 3 heroes where you want. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's also a system for line of sight. So if there's an object between you and your target, you might not be able to hit it if the object is covering like 2 or 3 tiles. That usually means that you can't actually see the target. This is a pretty bad idea, but we do have a character with a lot of armor. Oh right, he's -1 action point. Still can't get past the other. Oh. This is one of my favorite kind of games. It's a game where there's a lot of systems in place, and it's no one system that makes the game fun. It's all of these little pieces coming together to make this one thing so great. I also love that Isaac clearly did more work than everybody, and also nobody took any damage. And that was already good. We went straight to 782. One hero killed 20 enemies. Kill monsters. I don't remember what the conversion rate is, because I don't remember how many enemies we killed. This is gonna go up by 1. This is a lot smaller than the other one, so we actually only need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's either on the 7th or the 8th day. And I've never made it, so I do know on the 3rd day we're gonna get attacked on 2 fronts, so we need to be ready for that. then your dying world's echoes reverberate endlessly through the cosmos. You just left one echo for another. You see, the drama has not only wreaked havoc upon this sphere of realities. Realities have been twisted, mixed. Your runic nexus has suffered massive damage, and you and I are now bound by imperious forces. So get me that tainted essence quick. It's for your own good, my dear. You understand? So, we have a guy who's using hammers. We have a guy using wands. So, nothing for the Haven. No building. We can increase our health. No, we can't. We don't have enough. So we could get more weapons. War shields are not super useful yet. Yeah, we don't have any of that. So I say maybe start with swords or crossbow. That'll give us more weapons. We have to survive night 2 before they can do anything for us. We need to do some leveling up. So, Gordon is our carrier. Our carrier is our archer. He has an increased stun chance, so it might actually be a good idea to let him out onto the front line because he also has the rugged feat. So maybe switching him over to a melee build might actually be a good idea. And armor is good because armor resets at the beginning of every turn, while health only regens at the end of the night. So, healing received going on. You're not using magic damage, and I'm not intending to move you to magic damage. So. So if you don't move, plus 10% accuracy and plus 2% skill range. Plus 1 bag equipment slot. Quick reload. Let's give you some armor, I think. Does magic damage count as a ranged damage? Yes. Modifiers applied to damage per tile. Propagation damage. We don't have any propagating attacks. I'll go for extra this. And we're gonna go for that. I need a spot to put this. Can I rotate it? Okay, so we don't need that. We could use some, armored boots. Plus 2% accuracy, plus 4% critical chance, 5% stun chance, 15 arm. Okay, miss. I pretty much used all my money. Yeah, it did. You don't really need any health. Because everybody's health is full. Higher floor, higher ceiling. Sonic resistance. At the end of the night, corpse piles will appear in places where many foes died. Use workers to scavenge them for resources. Use workers to scavenge them for resources and tainted essence. The bigger the pile, the bigger the rewards. Corpses also have a bigger chance of appearing near or inside. $16 gold and 11. Yeah. Put them over there for now. still got resources. Is that everything I had? Yeah. You have a free action, but I don't need it. Oh, okay. It looks like you're staying in Arthur now, so just grant you some accuracy if you're not moving. You're gonna have a hard time coming up from this side, so it might be best to focus on this front where they could potentially just walk all the way around. Stop coming! calculator. Did I accidentally bury my calculator? Here? No. It's not under the desk. I mean, they all probably have different values, so... Because some enemies are easier to kill than others. Yeah, and now they're going to start attacking from two sides at once. This is where things are going to get tricky. Unlocks the mark skill, allowing to debuff the target's dodge. Damage is increased by 30% of the hero's current mana supply. Every 10 max health after 100 plus 1% physical damage. Upgrades the punch, 25% extra experience. Minus 60 health, plus 15% critical. Oh, great, we got more. Extra 20 for armor or more health. Increase reliability. Welcome to the Ore Golem. You were at Gluttfine once. I was there, and everywhere else. Your physical world doesn't make much sense to me. Know that we are doomed to this futile existence for countless cosmic cycles. I'm never going to use that. And won't be able to get anything else. A new structure can now be built in your haven. The house increases the number of workers. Grants the ability to recruit additional heroes or replace fallen ones. But this does require getting to night 4 first. And it's looking good, but night 4 is usually when things start to fall apart really fast. I'll take that. And I'll put it on you because you have a heavy dodge focus. Actually, this increases armor more than anything. We now have 83 armor, which I think is more damage than he's ever taken. I don't know what that's doing. I see that information is changing, but I don't see what information, how the information works. This, that, and Goran, that won't increase his damage by a lot. What ability is not Goran, but Isaac? What ability is he getting from his the armor setup, which is good. defend here. Be attacked from two fronts. I can't get new heroes. And I've pretty much spent most of our resources, I think. Nobody needs help. I remember that this is the night where you usually lose a lot. I forgot that just because it says that they're coming from one side doesn't necessarily mean they come from the center of that side. Ow. What's that? So far, so good. Okay, should change portion of damage as well as potential negative alteration applied by the So the last of them should be on the next turn. Okay. We're down to the last 20 enemies. Let's see if we can find them all. I don't think there's any left. Oh, so we got 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I think 19. Which means one of them might still be hidden. Wait, did I count you? So 5, 7, 8, 9, 13, 12, or no, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, yeah. Someone's not been accounted for. Good over here. 11 enemies, 2 over here, so that's 2. That's 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 is right there. Haven't increased the panic meter, so I think we're good. Alright, and everybody made it to level 4. Piece of advice: don't go rambling about it with all your fellow humans. I have seen other echoes of yourself trying, and it never ends well. The gold mine gives me gold every turn. The scavenger's camp gives me materials every turn. Shop reroll. Health, extra mana. New shield, we'll take. Ah, we got a bad one. They're all coming from one side. At least that will make it easier. So we're gonna start with you. You have a skill that makes it so that for every 10 max health over 100, 1% physical damage for the bodybuilder. As long as the hero isn't wounded, increases dodge by 15. +1 used for knight for every consumed. Opportunism, I don't think we take advantage of. Whenever at least 5 enemies are hit with a single attack, restore 1 move point. Upgrade the Toss Me skill to have 2 more range. We just need to survive 1 more and we will be further than I have ever gotten in the game before. believe I get a free action. Anybody take damage? No. Salvage 55 or Alright, let's set up our defenses and see if we have everything we want first. This is where things are going to get a bit tricky. So, we don't want to do that. Extra dodge, extra armor, some poison damage. Minus 5 dodge, but increasing accuracy. So they're all gonna come from the same side. That actually does benefit us quite a bit. We can upgrade houses. to see if I can incentivize them to follow me over here. Gotta survive the night, guys. Alright, so here's the plan. They're coming at us from 3 faces. We have 3 heroes. Each of our heroes specializes in something different, so we gotta just hope that, like, this guy doesn't decide to go all the way over here. But we're gonna send our knight over here, since he's about the only person who's gonna be able to reach up for it. And, Hana is gonna have to pretty much defend the main gate by herself. She has the most defenses on her side, but if any of those defenses go down, they're not coming back. Are any of them coming from this side now? I think we're good on that front. it that fast. This is the last turn before the final countdown starts. Boy, our defenses are in patterns right now. That actually helps a lot. Some of them still aren't even revealed yet. He can take care of all of this by himself, but the problem is that the mage is going to run out of mana eventually. door's blown on this side. You can do this. We're down to 28. Our defenses are still holding strong. I remember now why this night has always been so problematic for me, because the guys over here will spawn and they'll walk all the way around your defenses. Because by this point you prep defenses for over here and you prep defenses for over here. But this will be the first night where this area starts having enemies and they'll just walk right around everything you set up. Okay. Not nice. And now everything over here is dead, so Isaac can just move over here. Give him some armor because he'll be in the way. Alright, that just leaves this one guy. Hana can probably take care of it. Just have Hana go out and punch a guy? No, let's not. It's so close. We did it. I've actually never done that. Oh no, Hunter didn't level up. That's not good. Yep. And then every night, the fog gets a little bit closer. Welcome to the Oracle of Manda. Because we are living the end of the world together, aren't we? So we should help each other. And because I am nice, of course. I don't need your doubts, dear. I need your utter devotion to slaughter our foes. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Who knows when you'll need a caress. Alright. I'll take that. That seems like the most useful thing that was there. Damage bonus as well. Quiet 4x4. Gonna come from two directions. I don't know if it'll require workers or not, and that's what I'm worried about. Grants the ability to recruit additional heroes or replace fallen ones during the production phase. The roster of available heroes is renewed every morning. I can afford another mage, and I think that might decrease how many turns it's going to take to win the level. Whenever the hero has 3 or less current move points, the attack and attacks in melee range restore 1 move point if at least 1 target is killed. Do I have anything that can stun? I do have this move, but I pretty much never use it. Physical damage, it looks like it does have AoE. The effect only applies to related tiles and not to the skill's primary target. but there is a new one, and it's an offhand one. But because we're using a book, but we can switch, can't we? Yeah, I could get her. Do I recruit from level 1? Provided there is room around the magic circle, recruiting a new mage will restore a portion of the circle's health. Is it something that we can upgrade later? Okay, so you're starting from level 3, you're starting from level 2, you're starting from level 4. And there's a lot to go over here. Calm, we do some, we have focus, you're a temple servant. Arthur's a scout, giving him an extra move point and accuracy, but he has a lot less armor. He's also luckless, so no crit and no dodge. So he can't rely on any, he loses points on anything that relies on chance. But he gains a bonus for critting, which is funny. Perunder is level 5, which two of our units are also level 5. He's a trader, so he gets extra back slot. It's not really what I'm looking for. This Hana is a tactician, with which means she gets even more opportunism, even more isolation at the cost of dealing a little bit less damage. She is frail, so she loses armor, but since I don't put archers on the front line, she's also precise, so she gets increased range damage, but she's taking minus 30 armor. Her damage is also minus 10. That's not good. I'm gonna take this one. And since she had the same name as someone else, we're gonna rename her into I don't know why. Just felt like it. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. If you don't move... Whenever at least 5 enemies are hit with a single attack, restore a move point and plus 5% damage for 2 turns. That's crippling punch. Damage increased by 30% of the hero's current mana capacity. Upgrade toss me. Pick up the again. And then let's take, that won't do anything. I'll take some skill range up, that's definitely useful. We're gonna get hit on 2 sides on the next night. But, I think we stop here. Yeah, we stop here. I should have stopped the stream a long time ago. We've long since stopped doing what the stream was about. We spent like a good, probably, I think it was an hour and a half, actually working in Unity, and if that part is true, that means we've been playing game for like 2.5 hours. I'm having fun with this game. I always do. Uh, but we do need to stop for now. So, oh, I forgot to switch you guys to, yeah. So, as you guys saw, we did some work in Unity. We started the basics of a grid map. Um, we've started the basics of how to layer mask so that we could determine the areas that the player. We've done the basics with the layer mask to determine the visual information of whether or not the player can or cannot go to an area. We haven't actually created anything that stops them, and we also haven't set up the turn system, but hopefully we'll get to that pretty quickly. Um, I might start streaming more often, because I feel like I get more work done when when I have even if there's nobody watching me. It feels like I still get more stuff done if I have a camera on me. So we'll do that. Probably find something to do. Either Friday or Saturday, I might try streaming again just to do it more often. But until then, it's been fun. It's been great. But it's also time for me to go to bed. I might stay up a little bit longer to get something to eat. Cause, no, I eat half pizza before starting the stream, so I should probably not eat too much more. I'll figure it out later. Until then, I'm gonna go do my dailies in Star Rail, and I'm going to probably wait to do my dailies in Wuthering Waves because I'm waiting for the banners to switch over. Because I need Cantarella. Because I don't have a Havoc healer for the Havoc team. And specifically, I need Cantarella for the Verlova setup. Although I am considering just switching over to Uno, even though Uno doesn't really benefit all that much from Verlova's game plan. I don't know. I might, maybe we'll play Wuthering Wave. Maybe I'll re-download it, the PC client, and we can play it on stream sometime. But yeah, this has gone on a lot longer than I meant to. What? Oh. Oh, it's just trying. StreamHubs is just trying to advertise to me. That's normal. Okay. Have a good day, everybody. If you're like me and you're about to go to bed, sleep well.